Hi, everybody. Ugh. Can't decide if I'm too quiet. I think the game's a bit quiet. Okay, maybe that's good enough. Let me know if any of y'all want that higher. Alright, so we're gonna be finishing the game today, or at least the first of the two games, because I'm planning on just going right back into the Great Ace Attorney sequel, but probably not today. So fun. Luke and I will not be here next week, as we have a family trip, as well as we're celebrating our anniversary. So, I have packing to do, and cleaning to do, and other things like that. I got a lot of shit I gotta get done. And my ADD's not been helping. So the plan today is we're gonna finish this case, because I don't want to leave you guys on not this finished, because we're so damn close. I think we have like two more parts left of the case. Can't remember. And then depending on how long it takes me, because I don't want to also do like too short of a stream, depending on how long it takes me, we'll go right into the next game, or that will be ready to go in 2 weeks. So that would be like the 17th is Sunday, so that will be the 20th of August. Another fun update, I will be beginning the process of directing a show come August 30th, so everything's gonna get kerfuffled again. If y'all were watching me from, let's see, when were those auditions? From March, I think it was, to June, I was hella busy assistant directing, puppet mastering, lighting designing a community theater show. I'm doing another community theater show. I'm going to be full-blown directing it. So that's going to take up a lot of my time. I have been putting off the work I need to be doing because ADD and the procrastination surges that you get. It's bad. It's bad. So that will keep me fairly busy. It probably won't keep me as busy as the last show I did, because this one's not a musical. But at the same time, that might actually make it more crazy. I don't know. I'm going to get there when I get there. I'm going to leave that for end of the month worries. So, yeah. Let's get into it then. Here we go. Gina, how are you holding up? Silent treatment all over again. Cool. I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Ginny! Are you alright? I can't go as high for some reason. It's almost like I ate cheese. Why aren't you saying anything?
What's the point, huh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me?
What?
Oh, you saw it? That picture. What picture?
Oh, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure.
It's hopeless. Anyone who looks that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, I'd really like to hear from you.
Alright then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place. Right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1. I don't know what that one means, but whatever. To Winterbank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something about in that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Winterbank for saying keeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winterbank's. I don't know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. As dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a little bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. The next thing I knew... I'd grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving in the air like... I don't know what. Oh, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. What the fuck? The mantle script. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? Story. I beg your pardon. I don't remember the voice I gave this guy. He kind of died. I forgot he would have this flashback. Found the something or other. If it's here, I want to say it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to say it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old crow unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, all right. The mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all.
You did all that just to check for me, Jenny?
Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in! Dear me, is there some burglars' convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was. Right at my feet. Lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you. Yeah. So I went to grab the old cove's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was a goner. It felt funny in my head all of a sudden. Kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did. But they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me.
It'll be all right, Jenny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill.
Excuse you, phone. Why'd you do that? That was... Oh, excuse you, phone. Oh, it's because I took my headphones out. That's why. Rude. That cove was there in the afternoon. That Eggert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me. Like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what?
You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny.
Mr. Naruto. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Mr. McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him. Even though he was a killer. No. I can never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end. No matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. As strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Runo.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, was prepared to defend me. My best friend. I love her. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy. I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar, you're not like McGilded. I know that.
That's right! You're a friend, Ginny!
Iris, we know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes!
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly!
Mr. Naruto, I... Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Get back in the courtroom, please. Get in there. Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me, too. Partner. I hereby call this court order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Dix, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case heard by the court this morning. This glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. Although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. Which is like, I get it, but also, I don't know.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. Very big mistake.
My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. That's a big ol' witness stand. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord. I don't know what I'm doing. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, communications officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Now perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all of this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. The dancing, what the fuck? Gladly, my lord, gladly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbrokering services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place of the night on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene, some Scaramouche? Detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Scaramouche. Can you do the fandango? So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, and I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graysden any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So... Well... I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Ryunosuke, put it on the oil-burning lamps. That'd be funny. It looks like a hat stand, and you'd be like, oh, I'm sorry. My Eastern brain didn't recognize that as it sets ablaze. Just be sarcastic as shit. Oh, I hate that they're looking at him. That's weird. Hi, buddy. Hold it! Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholm's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be so sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood— Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me.
Hi, what are you doing, buddy? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What, me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times I got to tell you? Oh, hold on. I got a text from my dad. Hi, Dad. Okay. Back to the game. Sorry. Dad's helping take care of packages for me. Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Skulkin. I got God. You suck. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Cool, blimey, governor. You what?
I'm gonna just go that high, I think. Is it not the case that when Mr. Graysden just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him.
You what? You what? you what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing, honest to God, nothing. I was just thinking, if he was in if he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all.
What wound?
Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago and it couldn't be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worried for him and... Those bows.
Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graysden? I keep saying Graysden, it's just Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if it's in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to finish my study.
Objection.
No, you were there to redeem an article.
Is that right?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Hi,
Excuse me.
sup, detective. You were also there. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again, Sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Honestly, there's a part of me that, sorry, after saying Sunshine like that, I am so sad that this game didn't come out back when everyone was available to be doing the channel with us. Because Sunshine, they were our Phoenix when we did the original trilogy. And God, just having a character refer to them technically by the name they chose for the channel, and really that's their nickname in real life. It's just like, God, it'd be so funny. I'm so sad that They don't get to be Ryunosuke. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbroker's afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, now... I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here?
Rexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that early installed in Winterbanks.
Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it?
What do you think, Bruno?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better.
Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yes, they were the key to it after all.
So he says he had nothing to do with Winterbanks. Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record.
Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of this murder, in pawn in Mr. Winterbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Wow, Mr. That afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must! Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So, you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order! Well, Mr. Graydon, It would appear has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now.
Oh, hello, Golden Apple.
Senpai. Hi! As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it's nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying, "For McGilded," but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question.
I can hear you. Well, I can't. I can read you. I can hear you. Hello.
I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. You gutterlings. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist, the one who died in a fire, who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted for a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibank's.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibank's in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. Hi, buddy. What's up? Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, dear. No, it's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets. Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. I don't know, it just felt right. It kind of, it's fun. Honestly, that's ultimately the reason, it's fun. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side, too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? Can you not? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, aren't they?
That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're going to need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here.
Are they going to fall in love?
You know?
Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord. You did, though. Which one? Yeah, this one.
Objection.
This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection.
Don't sass me! I was surfing through Ace Attorney Circle Jerk when I saw a post mentioning an Irish Strongheart. No! Gross! Crime! Ban! Burn! Fire! I don't... God! Why would they do that? I don't care if they aged up Iris. That's still a humongous age gap. Oh, now that's in my brain. Oh, I hate it. Oh. I'm like still reeling. Okay, focus. Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection.
I really do. I really hope he was joking. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. How dare you use my catchphrase against me? Mr. McGilded had another article in Pawn at Windibanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks pawnbrokery. I love Ryunosuke so much. He's such a good boy. He kind of like is a fun little middle step, at least in my brain, between Phoenix and Apollo, and I love it. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers, Mario and Luigi. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. Rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this Craydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection.
And don't yell at me, I'm 9!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? That's all I am. I have to be just this dark, edgy vampire man. Let me live. I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibanks pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. Do you have it? Do you have the small box? What? Fun fact. Nashi means pear and Ringo means apple in Japanese. Oh, even funner fact, these weren't their names in the Japanese version. What? Wait, what? Oh, that's so funny, though. That's such a fun little, like, man, it was probably, they couldn't really come up with a good set of names because they're like, we can't do, like, Jesse James, they're two boys. We can't really do, I can't remember, Jasper and Horace. Disney will come after us. There's so many, like, there's not a lot of non-copyrighted skinny tall dudes. So, man, going back and making another Japanese pun in English is actually kind of fantastic. Inspector, show the photographic print to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. All got you. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective security cameras.
Oh, Ollie's red-handed recorders again. Why is that allowed but not his chemical blood thing?
Is it? Man, Cockney's so fascinating because it's like, that's so fun to just be sing-songy, rhymey. But also sometimes I look and go, what? What does that rhyme with? I don't know. There's like a gazillion. What are we referring to here? It's like, what is it? One of them, it doesn't rhyme, I guess, but like, Nancy Drew, one of my favorite other mystery series. They're in Blackmore Manor. You have to order dinner service while in London, and apparently the place you order from, run by a guy who has a crazy Cockney accent. Love him. And I learned bangers and mash is mashed potatoes. Like, that's pretty kind of obvious. And then there's loop-de-loops, which I'm like, is this cereal? What is this? It's fucking spaghetti and meatballs. And what was the other one that he says? We got loop-de-loops, bangers and mash, and... Oh, it's something... it's something to just basically say it's turkey. But I can't remember what the slang is. Oh, no. I'm so sorry for your internet. But also now I kind of have small panic of, is it me? Is it me? Is previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. See how long it takes to advance. Okay. I have we got a tiny bit of delay as well, so, oh man, with your lag, that would suck. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winterbank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. Oh, excuse me. According to the information on this ticket, McGildy's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Don't know why I did that intonation. That was a bad read. I'm so sorry. Hello, Dispenser Gaming. Welcome to the party. I am so back and forth on bowler hats. Some people can rock them. Like, I think Gregson does okay. But some others, I'm like, Sir Topham Hat? The fat controller? How are you? Now, all I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April. Wow, that was really hard to do in my shitty Cockney. The victim certainly has a very full shop, it would appear. Jesus. And then here we have another print. Okay. This one was taken in about 2 hours after the incident. We see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Oh, I already got it. Okay. Yeah, spot the difference. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We did a bad job, I think, because the defense is going to point out something, I feel. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. I mean, correct. Still correct. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I've been shot. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilda's pawned box, I can read. I might have been able to break him down at last, but now he's just doing a little happy dance.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same.
What? We bringing back that cross-eyed nonsense, girl? So, counsel, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? No. I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? I can point it out. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Let's get over here.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically... Oh, my eyes. Ow, my brain. Everything hurts. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me see. Wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. So easily entertained by idiots. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda's is in fact... Yes, the very same small box just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
Don't yell at me, it's my turn. It is 1:14. I am in Mountain Standard. Over, like, Colorado, Rocky Mountains kind of stuff. Oh, Jesus! I'm fascinated by how many overseas people watch us. I really appreciate it. It's kind of cool, but damn. Enjoy the late night. Sorry I yell, and hopefully you get to bed soon, I guess, if you need to. I don't know, you might work the nights. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
Now, Keys.
Not you. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. Staring contest. Yes, absolutely. Don't, Siri. Shut the fuck up. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. I wonder what the bouquet of that wine is. I wonder what that wine, like, is even called with, like, the fucking Grim Reaper on the bottle. See you later, Golden Apple. Have a good night. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that doesn't make a rather a lot of sense. If not, if he was a gold jeweler, as it, even though goodness knows Mr. McGilded was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at pawnbrokery. I couldn't read list. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Death to the wine. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles, pawned by this fine citizen, could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Fuck,
What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. that the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny...
Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he's anticipated everything?
But maybe... This could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
All right. The exact significance of the things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What is the right thing to do here? My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you're considering the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. All right then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Runo.
The articles that Mr. McGilda had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial in which we heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilda. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say it the least. And now here we all are again. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilda. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. The murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGildet died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved, even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Bruno now!
Iris?
We're on your side!
All right, then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGildet's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it, then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Grief, this is outrageous! What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. There's every chance I may have abdicated in error in McGildet's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The trial was a farce. It was all lies.
That McGilded fellow is run to the core.
Don't forget that lawyer from the East. They were all in on it together. You're wrong. The lawyer. Mr. Nara-Odo, the lawyer there. He didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of the calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
What are you doing over there?
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
What the fuck are you two doing? Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon!
Whoa! Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack!
You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion? What's it with this fella? Put the other one on, pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady jet like this?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, sorry, my lord.
What were those two talking about?
Mr. Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all.
I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought,
if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too.
Then he started asking me lower questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed.
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in its guts.
When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remembered thinking, that coat and what's in it have got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. And the bug trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
Hold it!
Threatened you how, exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scrap her if I did exactly what he say.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago?
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I'd have to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would McGilded have done such a thing?
Hi, Leaf. Doom. Like Doom the game? I still need to try Doom at some point.
Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all.
Sweet. I guess it's like I've looked at Doom and gone, no, because I just suck at shooters. I can't aim for dick. Like, if you've ever seen an old video of ours of when we did Left 4 Dead 2, oh my god, I can't shoot for crap. It's really funny, actually. There would seem to be the only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the diver deposit at Windibank's was something he didn't want the police to see. The driver, not the diver, I can read. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I legged it before the coppers showed up. I didn't mean to do that. Hello, keep going. Next days it's... Ooh, nice. That's not bad. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Ginny's really putting her faith in you, Runo.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Oh, I guess I gotta do the first statement again, because I yelled at the two whisperers.
Time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
No, go back. Thank you.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not?
false testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilden and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well. But if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. He kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. Hardly dared to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. Gave the kid a gun. She made the gun. And if the kid makes the gun, she gets to keep the gun. It was blooming loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah. What gave me away?
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
They live with Herlock Sholmes. So I think he's just like, fascinating child. Good for you. Let me help you tweak this a bit.
It would appear that on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilden took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life.
Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. I think she makes it, because technically it's like a smoke gun. That, I think currently it's loaded with things that change the color of blood, depending on what is in the blood. So that you can identify whose blood it is. It's weird. It's fun and quirky Ace Attorney bullshit, and I love it. And Gina, the one in the witness stand, she has the prototype. Or at least a smoke grenade version. That takes forever to load. So all the children have guns. Which proves my point. Oh, I read that, huh? Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, even if my blood looks rainbow, I mean, possible. Like, hold on, let me pull up the evidence. You do need to see the fun colors. Yay! Everyone has colorful blood. Blood's never looked so pretty.
Precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilden's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilden was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
I ain't got a clue. Well, I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
I think I might want to make thinking a crime. Hello?
Well, they start red until you shoot the gun at them, and then they change color. But after the fact, yeah.
The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
We're slow. I'm drunk. It's the only way to get through the party, sir.
The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Oh, Jesus. I forgot how long this case is. This took like 3 fucking episodes. Or 3 streams, not episodes. We don't do episodes really anymore, which makes me sad. I miss our Let's Play days where we could post shorter videos, and I miss that. White injections? What? So this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside!
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Well, that's if you mix 2 people's bloods together. I assume. I don't know exactly how their chemical works. It's sci-fi bullshit. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Winterbank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Hello. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. The court now listen to this curious disc at last. Hello? Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're all related to the case. Dude, no need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection.
Dude, I have spent so fucking long establishing this. Fuck you. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property! Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. Hell yeah. You doom those guys to hell. In hell. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah! His fish and chips went everywhere. No further delays, please. Play the disc. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. Let me do a little shimmy. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be. Can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it and drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on! Yes, all right. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Heck yeah. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but, oh, excuse you. There's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh, okay. The fuck? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is an unusual genre of music. It's nonsense. Yeah, it is. We did prove that the blood on the disc that's in the music box does belong to this guy, but like we're trying to prove why it was worth stealing. And murdering the victim, trying to establish his motive better. Because that's how Ace Attorney works. If you can't establish a motive, even though there's all the evidence they did the crime, you can't convict them. And the person who has now no evidence against them, but technically a motive, gets arrested for murder. Because the only crime in this world is murder. How is he not dead? Oh, the blood on the disc? That's from a thumb. Scratch. Just because. Did I read this? Yep. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Early, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, what the fuck are they? I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. I mean, the disc is, like, palm-sized-ish. It was just really zoomed in that picture. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. I just realized. I don't remember if I updated this. Yeah, okay, cool. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet.
Runo. I just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
I made a gun. I know how music boxes work. Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris.
All right. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Could it be? Is that what those sounds are?
Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one. Let me try that again, Runo. I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Council?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. All right then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, I'm going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box disc is, I believe this.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council? The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick-Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down? Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secured lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon. Did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work... what? And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station, after all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say... Is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code? But I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? 'Cause you smart, and it was, well, yeah, you smart. You figured it out. Good job. Good job, Elif. And also, Morse is, like, #1 thing used in puzzle games, kind of. So, like, the beeps are, like, ingrained in us at this point, even though telegrams aren't used anymore.
Please, everyone, but this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is treason, and what is capital punishment?
The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Only I get to call him weird, rude thing. Only I can be racist. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most flagitious? I don't know. That's an older word. Offense. For which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. Who yelled at me? I'm talking. Hi.
Go let us have a rabbit and pork here, governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
That's right. We what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. They are just thieves. They're Mario and Luigi if they were thieves. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night. Well, what he told us to do. Like what he told us to do, I can read.
If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Thanks for interrupting, you two, you beautiful idiots. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
What Mr. will do, governor? What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
We did, Gov, we did!
Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job.
And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Bro is very short. He needs a box. I love that Ace Attorney is like, no, we'll make short characters and like short kings and queens, and then we're gonna give them boxes to stand on. Same with children. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. He's a good guy. Fuck! Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. I'm gonna look at that really quick. Let me look at it. No! Maybe I'll press this first, and then I'll look at it because I don't want to accidentally present it like an idiot.
Hold it!
Hold it. Now don't talk. Everyone shut up for a second. No. Ryunosuke, shut up for a second. Ryunosuke. Thank you. Okay. Hello? Oh!
What is it, Runo?
I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Oh, you're right! Well, come on then. What are we waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then. Here goes.
Look at that. There's another movement on the underside.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
I think so. Looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked.
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Fancy. I think that's all I needed to look at. Doesn't update it, but good to know. So, in this newspaper headline, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the military. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Oh my god, girl, your fangirling is amazing. Thank you for revealing everything like an idiot. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha ha. Oh, I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is an A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. No! Bullshit! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secret was somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection.
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages into Morse code? Like this. I don't know if I have to open it first. Shut up, we've read this. Thank you. And then I think I...
Got it.
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What?
It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box. And the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. Awesome. Good job, Leaf. You are also continuing to be very smart. I'm proud of you. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message.
This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry?
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly! I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo.
You will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Oop.
Hold it.
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah? Who else, eh? Telling me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all these years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash?
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
What are you doing with your cheeks there, buddy? He's so cute. I fucking love Ringo. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No, the other, Mr. Skulkin.
Oh, who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy white whistle and flute, and you wouldn't add him on either.
The pear and apple, there they are.
But when we was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, we had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads.
God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run? That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Hey, says the man with wine.
Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't they? And we was answering.
Yeah, and we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Please add it. If Ace Attorney asks you, fucking add it. My lord?
Yes, counsel.
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more! Skulkin's never skulkin'!
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run. Oh, them were the days.
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose, since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Hold on. Where is he? Guess I have to look up this to get that name. No, okay. I was hoping Milverton was the name of the mason.
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Hey, right. I thought clever clogs like you'd have worked out that would.
Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying.
Tell me, why is it that it was only the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well...
If it weren't the happiest homes that one came from.
Oh, whoa, the bite mark disappeared on the pear. Oh, God. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. Ah!
Took the name Graydon then, say?
But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not! This is all Buncombe. There we go, Buncombe. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm? You are a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things there, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGill did.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was just so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Grayson's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the keys to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Where is that? Oh, wait. This, maybe. Mason Milverton, there we go.
Objection.
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now know... What? Who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. Heck yeah, keep going and kill those demons. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Ugh! The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ah! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes. Stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone. The music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense! Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine. I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all! I admit to nothing more! Stealing government secrets! Negotiating with Mr. McGilded! Do a little dance! As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shulm's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Ugh. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you.
Hold it.
I must dance again, or maybe laugh again. I don't know which. You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that I was there at the scene. I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see... This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... What? Order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. You fools, you heathens, you bitches. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, This is quite extraordinary testimony. I'm an extraordinary man, Your Honor.
Sorry, I gotta fix my mic. It's tilting when I don't want it to.
You claim, sir, under oath, you have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order!
Oh, excuse me. Oh, a little yawn escaping.
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. Hi-ya! So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point?
Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really?
Ah, fuck. There is blood on her overcoat, but it's from 2 months ago.
If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are of no use to us here. In science, as is law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This does look good, Runo.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help! They're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. That's not Mr. Windibake's blood. That's blood from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded and who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel?
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them.
Get him!
He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. I found the voice. There we are. Yeah, we were just your regular mild-mannered burglars. That's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer took me over the bloomin' counter.
So I pulled me gun on the old fella. And that still made him scarper.
The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. Didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, no, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way.
And then he scampered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him in the back of the shop. To the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door's a solid job. Made out of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it, just about head height, that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling, there we go, brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
They're not likely, Gov.
Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next?
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene! Oh, calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment, hacha, that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
All over her. Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Miss Mick Gilded stabbed him 2 months ago. I'm glad you're having fun there, Leaf. Go nuts, my guy. Destroy them. Throw them into the fires of hell. So
Annoying. If only they'd only accept Early's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother. Oh, bother. I'm Pooh Bear now.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Hacha! Yes, it was yours truly! I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess round the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? What are you two doing?
Excuse me.
Excuse me, can we not fight, please? Gentlemen? What the fuck? Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line! Do you realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this date's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him! He grabbed my whistle! Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it! With that flaming peephole in the door! Sorry about that. Can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this days gives me the willies. That was strange. Inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. Hell yeah, getting so much closer to the BFG? Yeah, the BFG. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yeah, well, I think he might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, I was definitely out of character.
My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. We're fucked. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me! Ha! I'm fabulous. Good job. See? What did I tell you?
Objection.
No! That blood on the coat is not Mr. Windibank's! What on earth makes you say that, counsel? I just adopted his accent. That was terrifying. The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nepalese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Ow, my hand. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... Call it bully disgrace. Treachery is that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done.
But... We use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated... Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist! Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Pirosky to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Aw, I'm sorry, buddy. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? You've been using his camera! Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. And the only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ah! My lord! Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhouse has something to say now, if you please. Sorry, Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now! Fuck. Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Fuck! Sorry, just a second. There we go. I need a little snack. I've been streaming for a little bit. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? Hell yeah, dude. How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Hello, it is I, Mr. Sholmes. What is the meaning of this? Oh, the popped foot. Order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. Ah, well, I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Harley, it's really you! You're awake at last!
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Oh, ooh. You should use the shotgun. Get good spray. Though if you're getting it, I don't know when you get the BFG, but when you do, use the fucking BFG. Now, my lord, if you will honor me, or humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Oh! That sucks. That's rude. Shotgun shouldn't do that. Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time! As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Eh? Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now? All right. I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. Ask the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me, shall I pass out? Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Harley, this place is full of idiots! None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is!
Oh. Huh. Cool. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. No oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Mrs. Otto. From Mrs. Otto? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand. Mrs. Otto foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded.
Nice.
And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made! What's Susie up to?
Mrs. Otto muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Otto made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not all that cryptic, then. Susato-san used this cat flap-o-mat that night. But why? Hello, cat flap-o-mat. That's what you should use against the demons, the cat flap-o-mat. Ah! Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? I'm grateful for you to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
So nobody can say anything then? If Bruno has to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Grayston...
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings.
Yeah.
Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Adjudication. There we go. I can read. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell into dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes! It's fine. You fell comically. To stand so insociably, sure, before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? He's dead. Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. You can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. I don't know. We don't have Doom on any of our platforms right now. And with how bad I am at shooters, I might not want to. Luke might be interested, or maybe for Edgelord. It's something we can talk about when later or on vacation or whatever. That's something I can bring up. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Oh, that's good to know. Okay. I might look into that. We have long lists of games right now. But I will look into adding it to the list. Yes, the 3 of us were together. And it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous! What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes. How could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Okay, good to know. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door. And until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graysden's testimony is riddled with holes. Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graysden's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. I don't know. Oh wait, a crunch? It was probably me. I took a bite of popcorn. I'm a little hungry. Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is! Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd! I don't believe it for a second. Because I have super cheese-covered popcorn, I use chopsticks and I just put a kernel in my mouth at a time. So I don't get my hands dirty, and thus my controller's dirty.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Huggy, gooey, time for dinner.
Girl! Don't do that to the courtroom!
Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey! One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey! I'm not done yet, don't worry! This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was!
no, but it's easy.
What? Oh, which kind? It's smart food popcorn. White cheddar smart food.
cat flap on my cat flat-o-mat creates a roll of a fixed size. I can read, and the dimensions of the peephole at Winterbanks are an exact match. Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. And you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. You know what? Honestly, yeah. Also, he doesn't have Isabel there to calm his tits. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What? Bullshit.
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel,
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Winterbank's storeroom was created after the events and not before. Where is... Whoa. That photo. I want photograph. Yep, there we go. Go. Thank you. What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. You liked using them too, you bitch. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. I do not have a pet. Our apartments do not allow for pets. Though we kind of definitely live vicariously through our siblings who have dogs and cats, and we'll go and play with those sometimes. One day I'd like to have a pet, but we'd have to find a new apartment first. But, more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it! This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom. It's completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Oh, you have two cats? What colors are the cats? What kind of cats? What are their names? Mr. Graydon? You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. We breakdown? Question mark? Oh no, just a little spin. Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. Fallacious. There we go. I can read. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zix! The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. Gray, white, and blackish. Aw, that's so cute. Oh. Snooky and Cash. That's cute. Cats are adorable. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No. Oh, cute. I don't believe this, but they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Early always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. I will have to check after stream. I have to watch chat on my phone, and we watch the game on our TV. We don't have a good monitor setup for doing it all along with OBS, so that's a further down the line kind of a fix. But yeah, I'll look at it after stream. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon has knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Not sure. I mean, I can look into it. I don't see why not. We can always have a pet dump somewhere. It'd be a little bit before I can make it. I'm gonna be really busy this week as we prep for vacation, and also a show I'll be directing starting at the end of the month. So I will try to find the time to add it or poke Luke to do it. It just might not pop up for like at least 2 weeks. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Excuse you, controller. I'm right here. Why did you do that? That was super rude. Then, let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon?
that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door.
What? Well, obviously Has God got your tongue, witness?
Yeah, I'm on Switch too. Surprise! I got a Switch too. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. I got it, I think a week ago. A week or two. Yeah, a week ago. They happened to have some in stock near me, and I said, fuck it. Got it. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of porn articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers work around the clock and shift so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he's witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks?
Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Yeah, no, it was, oh man. It was a lot. It was expensive. It's rough. Oh. Like, I had to basically use an entire paycheck to buy it. And it was a very spontaneous buy. It was very spontaneous. I don't regret it, but my wallet regrets it. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon? You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's only one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Take that!
Can you make people a mod? I'm not sure. I don't know what you're asking, I guess. The truth is, it only could have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. Well, the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Oh, people in mod. Oh, I see. I cannot with my setup. I watch chat through my personal YouTube account, not the channel account, because Luke's logged into the channel account on his phone. And I don't remember our password. So, that'd be something Luke have to do at some point. I know, understand. People a mod. Yeah. And also, I guess I haven't seen a reason yet to have moderators. Our chat are usually pretty quiet. And we usually don't get more than maybe 5 people in chat at a time. Ironic slow clapping. So I don't think we need mods quite yet. I could see that if our chats get a lot busier, then I would definitely make some mods. And we also don't have any mods in our Discord. And it's also just because it's pretty quiet still. I'm really bad about posting on Discord. I think that comes with some weird, just like, I guess trauma in a sense that has to do with Discord. Old work stuff, friends that would use me, like Discord friends. So like, I'm just bad at posting on Discord. I need to be better about it for the community, but we're pretty chill, so I haven't seen the need yet. That's really sweet of you. Thank you. When the time comes, I'll keep that in mind for when we think we need to hop into moderating more. Thank you. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. They happened, though. We watched it.
Oh, I just remembered something, Runo.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there?
Cool. Good. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Alif.
I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony! I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud! Why would I do something like that? How would I be giving away my confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene,
Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Oh. Sure, I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance? Malfeasance, sure. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with the accusations of this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Bruno, do you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that could join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bladed no could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graysden in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. What? Like, you need a... What? You good? You gotta leave? On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'm not gonna read this again. I've read this in the previous stream, so we're just gonna go by it. It's basically, I need this thing as evidence for a thing. Give me the disc. Thank you, bye. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, secretly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as the evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these 2 men. Yeah, no. I'll let people know if they're interested, yeah. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak,
here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Dude, it was part of the deal. Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, huh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then! You mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely! They could only have struck a deal with each other that when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you're now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end. And my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. Does that sound serious? Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications. Let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Did I accidentally pick the wrong one? No, I didn't. Okay. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, huh? Lost it last, have you, sunshine? Courts don't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. I don't know who yelled that. Oh, that was... You got a really deep voice there, Iris.
Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage out of his own convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because I'll shoot you. That's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. No, the American. Where are you, buddy? There you are.
Take that!
Of my lord? Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Eh? Blimey. Me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord! Inspector? Scotland Yard, as you object to this search.
Objection!
Fortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks! He's sweating hard. I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ah! Bailiff, carry out the search!
Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Got it out! Ah!
Here, my lord! In the witness's pocket! I found this! Good lord, that's... another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it, nothing.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ah! Order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Cold Bennett. I just cold flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. No, I have not. I have not seen your newest Splatoon vid. I'll have to go check that out, so. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? Ah! It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Ooh, popcorn. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he didn't know. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off. I did.
Ah, shit, I'm behind. I gotta go watch this.
I was wishing I'd been born as me brother. I was.
What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that and started shaking me. But the places didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear, all he did. Yeah, me head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Nice! Heck yeah, dude. Well, bless my wig, he hit it! You! But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, Why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Hush, hush. Top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Correct. Absolutely correct. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean... He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense! Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusations made against you of this alleged deal? Ah, admit to it. Yours truly. Please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. You're good. You're following the mystery. You're good. Yeah. Murder, Navy King government secret, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. What? Yeah, and we gotta finish this case. Come on, I only got like an hour left of my normal stream time. I was hoping to be done an hour ago. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard Inspector, I declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. Fair. So, members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well, now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he is a dependable man. I'm quite sure in service one becomes a good judge of character.
Right. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop.
Detective was very much trusting eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it! These 6 jurors are... They're gonna believe Gregson! They declare the decision now!
Is Ginny gonna be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present the evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? We're gonna do Graydon. Mr. Graydon, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I've nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. Praise a German or something? This is my, it looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilden's peculiar music box, counsel? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, counsel. No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because, because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why!
Objection!
Not true, Inspector! Eh! The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here! If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason! And then do you admit the charge? And in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad! If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Leg! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! Very well. The defense's stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as the music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously.
Listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code.
All right, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that blooming box up!
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector?
I did.
Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal.
I am a little tired, actually.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up!
Missed you there.
You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you?
I may have something you're looking for, Inspector.
With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstances. So I accepted this man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. Peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
Alright. You heading off to bed then, Aleve?
Have a good night. I will be wrapping up here, so you'll miss like a little bit of the ending, but the VOD will be up.
Did. But then it turned out that the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself?
There's nothing.
And no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime.
Oh, okay.
Till end, okay, good luck. Hopefully don't, nod off. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank.
You.
Oh, yay, breakdown time. Oh.
Traitor!
Oh, God. Chip.
Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once!
We'll have to see. Probably as soon as credits are done rolling, I will honestly have to head off because I have to make dinner. That's it then. It's all over.
I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admired your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? I don't, not at the moment that I can think of. Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent. So you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offering. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, huh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. Brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. Bananas. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs, and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal. The exchange of the second disc. Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. But seemed to become reluctant to part with his money. That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I never knew why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. I'm about to eat. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I've made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man? So the policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well now, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention.
So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery.
Welcome back, dispenser. Aye, it's a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. Put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere, and that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone.
Yes, to Gina. I remember now. And when we first met you at Windibank's that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for?
From the trial. The pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns. That he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windibank's to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. Yeah, I've been here a while. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I've decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified. So I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windbanks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despise so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and he's being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. See you later. Bye, I leave. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final abdication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. I'm Garadab Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Finally, Runo!
Ooh, swallowed a weird piece of kernel of popcorn there. Woo!
You finally managed to do it!
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right! You're the best lawyer in the world!
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at my floor like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sort!
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was... well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, hello? Isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again? Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGill did conspire to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man is admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really gonna bother me. Mr. Strahd? Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom have been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
Beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. It's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself.
Well, it's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the bored again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pup Windibank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty.
Gina, no!
All right, Gina. That is all. The court is adjourned. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me. My far eastern friend, my cape is back, thus the vampire is back. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, It reminded me of toasting friendships and trust within another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened, exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. All right, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me no cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Goodbye, my hand. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Blah blah. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed me in me, right up to the end. Who's Odd is your name? What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just 'cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out, well, quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be?
Pardon the interruption. I don't know who this is. Hello?
Oh. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes! Yes, it was me all along. You see? I'd assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed, I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. Foibles? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strahd? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Or perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, I have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. Begilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have the wrong end of the stick. There are some corpses like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strahd. Oi, just give a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations. I didn't read that part. I thought that was the end. Well,
There you are, Early! How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But I'll wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room just as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, Early, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Jenny tonight. But you won't be able to come. You won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge, Patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences.
What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bulk charter stuff, what was in the log, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving in an offense, it's a job, innit?
I don't think so.
Still, it has got me thinking, that's all. All this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off with a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
It's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right, well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Odo?
Yes? Girl. That takes way too long. Girl. Okay.
Ah! What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh.
Oh, yes! It's good advice, Ginny.
Right, I see. Well...
Thanks, Odo.
Aww.
Thank you for everything. What you've done. For believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like to get the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Runo? Early?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
Huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we had head to the station immediately, we may still have time to wave Susie off.
But... There will be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Cholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid down the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
I pressed A. Why don't you go? There we go.
That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Sorry.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Mrs. Otto, where are you? Over there! Look! It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
What are you doing? Oh my god! Mrs. Otto, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. Oh, that's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Mrs. Otto? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable.
That reminds me. How did you ever even come to have this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Oh, yes. We had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. Didn't notice for ages.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cow Flap-a-mat. So I put it up my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it. Until I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina. I simply had to know. So you used the cat flap-a-mat to make the peephole in the door.
It's captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed. It was of the first the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made. That information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door,
The sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it wouldn't be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police.
I know. And I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you'd seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mrs. Otto decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Mrs. Otto. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But that moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Otto, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yeah, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we can never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A. So-gi. What?
Well, that can be a real word, can it? Or funny.
Wait, Iris, what did you just say?
Oh, I just said Atsugi. Does that word mean something to you?
Means something. Hasugi was the name of my best friend.
What?
But how? How do you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Oh,
It suddenly occurred to me, you see. It has more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it?
You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asugi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Otto, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become very more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please.
Of course.
But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes has made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asugi. Kazuma Asugi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Greguson. Gregson! Oh, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name. What's the matter, Mrs. Otto? It's just so strange. So unexpected.
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
The last name is J. Wilson.
What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Runo come from?
Oh, well...
No, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University.
We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear. The ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Otto. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mrs. Otto, I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it.
Really, Susie?
Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill.
Promise?
About your manuscript. Oh, yes. The Hound of the Baskervilles.
I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Suzato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that! It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Mrs. Otto. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that... I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Thanks.
After all,
Jones.
I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Yay! We did it. Oh. Ah, yes. Mr. Naruhodo. Let me put down these chopsticks I've been using to eat my popcorn. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh?
Caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in our time otherwise.
Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Zato.
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh?
All right, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who would do something so outrageous. Is he?
Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Bruno's words. And I know just the one he'll use here.
Fuck you! Okay, then I really must say, objection. Great Ace Attorney, the first game. Fucking fantastic, honestly. I feel like some of the cases could kind of drag on, and it's definitely, I think, you know, the Ace Attorney franchise is meant for teen audiences. So the cases, like, you know, for people who've been playing these kinds of games for a while, can seem kind of easy. Oh, those transpires ordered them all for myself. I forgot. So I've advertised what they were sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned. Consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Yay! Sometimes it gets a bit too repetitive. Some of the choices can also be obtuse.
Oh, I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. And I'm this busy, Alan usually cooks me breakfast. Oh, cooks is an overstatement. Some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
But this is a really good, like, for a spin-off, too. Like, this is fucking fantastic. Especially compared to the Miles Edgeworth games. Witness your testimony is riddled with contradictions! Exactly, rarely do rare Koban coins Oh. This is like repeat dialogue, so I'm not reading this. But really good, honestly. Like, still prefer original trilogy and Apollo Justice over, but this is just good. And the characters are so fun. Having to live at the... Oh, I missed it. Hello. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Oh, hello. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give what's a guy offspring's refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. Characters are colorful. Some of the topic is a little awkward, like the racism stuff. That's just, you know, I'm just gonna let these play and you guys can read them. I think the one downside is when you played, like, the original trilogy, they didn't have these kinds of cliffhangers. Like, they had some, but they weren't introduced in the final case, if that makes sense. Like, the Morgan Fay stuff, that's teased as from Game 2, Case 2, at the end of that. You know, it's still, like, each game is very self-contained. It's better to play them in order, but you can technically play them out of order. I played Trials and Tribulations first, which was the final of the trilogy. So this one doesn't feel like its ending is 100% satisfying. Like, it's 80% satisfying. So it docks some points for that. But Apollo Justice has the same issue with its final case, but not to the same extent. It was more because of what they teased in terms of game mechanics that never came to be. Except, surprisingly, in this game of all things. Which I think, if I remember timeline order of things, it was Apollo Justice came out,
the first Investigations game came out, then this game came out, followed by Investigations 2, and then this sequel. But I think or maybe no, I think it was actually, this didn't come out until after the Phoenix Wright Professor Layton crossover. Because there's a lot of inspiration that they took from this game, or from that game to bring into this game, especially in terms of character designs and the multiple witnesses on the witness stand. But I also could be wrong. I don't remember game release order after the original trilogy in Apollo, especially since some of them didn't come to the States, so I don't know their exact timeline anyway. I can look it up online, I guess, but as the credits are rolling, which, hey, don't do that, controller. I will announce again. We should have I think Luke will have a stream Saturday still, but that will be our last stream until after we are done with our vacation and stuff. So there will not be a stream from me next week. I will not do the next game until hello, you two. Or three, I mean. I'm glad you're all in the same prison cell together. That's kind of wonderful. Words. So, we will continue the Great Ace Attorney games, in 2 weeks. I don't think Edgelord will stream Sunday. That's when we're leaving on our trip, but I forget what time we're leaving. Words. Aww. Cute. Also, poor Naruhodo. Thank you everyone who joined for joining. I think there might be one more little thing. Oh, no, it's just more credit stuff. I think this is for the... I will say, I prefer this game over its sequel. Not that the sequel is bad. But there's some things in it that bother me. Because it's like... I know it's like they obviously planned for it. The thing that I'm kind of annoyed with. But... we'll get there when we get there. I think it's just credits for the rest of this. I'm really sure nothing else shows up. Let me see if I can just skip ahead. Yes, I do. Yep. Okay. So yes, thank you everyone so much for joining me. Luke will hopefully be streaming Saturday. I might be wrong. He'll announce that if that changes. But he should. I'm pretty sure no stream Sunday, and then we'll be gone for an entire week. And we'll be back probably either Sunday the 17th, or I'll be back at least Wednesday the 20th, I think is that day. So anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Don't know when, but we'll see you then.